Okay, my apologies about that, everyone. Greetings, my name is Coinstamp. Welcome back to yet another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Before we begin, hopefully everybody is doing well today in both body and in mind, and I hope we enjoy our stay. Let's read off the appreciation placards, shall we? I would like to thank Michael DS and Monkey Funk 4D, as well as the gifter for Kanan QXQ for the Prime Gaming, or the Twitch subscriptions, excuse me. I hope everybody that has these enjoys their, enjoys all the benefits that come along with these, really, truly. And while I do not have any Patreon members or one-off contributors, I would like to thank Mr. Rasby the Player for his continued Valkyrie tier subscription. Means more than words can say. Thank you, friend. If you guys want your name on the placards that I read at the start of every stream, well, yeah, you know, any Twitch subscription, Patreon or Coffee membership, or a one-off contribution made using Stream Elements, Coffee, or any other service is what'll get you on that placard. I read this at the start of basically every stream. I've been doing this for like the last 5-6 months. You guys tell me, do you guys like it when I read your names on the placard? You're like, dude, just get on with the stream or whatever. I'm always looking for feedback, and while I think that this is my particular way of giving back to you guys, you know, it's not the only thing I do, but it is like a consistent thing I have done for a while. I hope that this actually means at least a little something to the folks that toss money at me, you know, every month or whatever. I really hope that's the case. Now, let's play the game of how much am I gonna have to fiddle with the camera today. Okay. I think I am basically all centered now. We should be good. Alright, greetings, folks. Once again, this time you can see my real face. And yes, there's no synthetic. This is not a VTuber skin. That's not a, you know, a judgment on anyone who does use VTubing. There are a lot of amazing VTubers out there, but I want people to know that this is a real caricature you're looking at. It is, or the real bona fide human article. This is not a PNG, you know, a virtual model. This isn't fake. This is my real face. The face of evil. Bonus points if you get what I'm referencing. Anyway, last time on The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, I was almost going to say Breath of the Wild, Master Kohga, the Master Kohga 2, the Electric Boogaloo, aka T-Biga, you know, blasting off again. The episode. That's pretty much what's, That was pretty much the episode. We started by trying to find the Rito Village Chasm, discovering, oh, hey, wait, this has to do with a quest line. You can't just go in there. Had I known that, I actually could have gone around rather than attempt to do that particular quest, but I digress. We found the chasm. It just took us going places that I wasn't the most enthused about going to, that's all. But hey, we didn't really get anything apart from a few schema stones, some resources, some crystallized charges. Yeah, like it was worth our time to do it. I just didn't think that's what we had to do, you know? But yeah, Master Kohga, the episode. Had I known that I was about to delve into needing to deal with Master Kohga to get this particular chasm, I would have, I probably wouldn't have done it. I would have made a better thumbnail instead of random chasm number 500 or something. Anyway, today's episode is largely going to continue to be cleanup. I know, a running trend on this, a running trend with the stream. The depths. The depths. We have a lot of stuff in the depths to do today. We got a lot of light routes to find. But more importantly, you know, there's still a lot of undiscovered things in the depths. Speaking of, I hope everybody enjoyed the thumbnail. It's a bit basic. It's like extremely basic thumbnail stuff. But, you know, when you're struggling and you can't figure out what you're going to do with a thumbnail, you know, just having that ability to put a couple of things on the thumbnail and say, oh, this is modified, you know, this is like sufficiently modified now, and going about your business. I can't tell you the number of times I've done that. I have parked us here in front of the crystal refinery, because we have 300 crystal charges and we can get yet another battery for our trouble. All right, that is all said and finished. I don't regret what I did, right? I don't regret, because Master Kohga's, you know, departure scene was funny. It was very funny. It was just a bit soon. Okay, let me move, like, over here. Hey there, Mr. Fabian. Welcome on in. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you are doing well in both body and mind today. Hope you enjoy your stay. How are things in your slice of... Did I really just sincerely warp for that? I think I might have done so. Anyway, what we're going to do real quick is we're going to sleep and just get our health back. I feel like we sorely need that. Yeah, you've come in just in time. We are about to kick things off in the Hebra depths, and not the mine shaft we had earlier. Not mine shaft. I'm sorry, not the Rito Village chasm, but the actual bona fide depths themselves. Mr. Fabian says, sorry, it's been a while. You haven't tuned into a stream in a while. That's not a problem, Mr. Fabian. Thank you for tuning in at all. I'm glad you're even here in the first place. And you're also doing good? Awesome, awesome. I'm glad that you're doing well. I am doing okay. I woke up aspirating acid today. So, yay. Not yay. My throat felt like it was on fire. I had to take a serious couple of swigs of milk to get that to stop. Probably a sign of the acid reflux to come, eh? Or GERD. But other than that, I've got a nice cup of coffee right here. That should calm my stomach down. At least the warm liquid will calm my stomach for a few moments. And hopefully everything all aspirating. It means to breathe in. And That's actually very close on the spelling, too. You just need to replace that E there with an I, and you actually got it. But yeah, to aspirate means to breathe in. And to breathe in something that you generally don't want to breathe in. Almost like you're choking. So, you know, choking on your own stomach acid is not a fun experience. Because for those that don't know, your stomach acid has a pH of like 2. Well, actually, it's got like a pKa of like -1, but you know that should tell you just how acidic it actually is. Where the lower the number, the more acidic it is. Yeah. That stuff on top of the tissue in your throat is not fun. It burns. Okay, so let's see. What do we want to build here? What do we want to do to like help get things started? Maybe is there a way to like? There might be a way of assembling a wing plane in such a way that we should use a flat surface here. But the idea for this is going to be, can we like fly across? Although maybe thinking about it, let's whip out our old friend, the trusty cart, shall we? And I'm feeling lazy, so Zonite ore it is. Don't worry, before too long, you know, I'll actually stockpile lots of Zonite devices, but in the meantime, we're gonna make do with this. I love this design. Of course, I would like to improve on it at some point, and I may do so off camera, maybe by adding a couple of extra slats or increasing the number of wheels or something. But at least do something to improve this. Mr. Fabian says, I'm sorry your internet isn't really working like right now, so you have to go. Might not be able to tune back in. No problem. Thank you for stopping by for any length of time, Mr. Fabian. And I hope to see you sooner rather than later. Rest well, my lovely senator. And take it easy. And with that, we're going to do more off-roading. I'm gonna try not to like... greetings, Coinstamp. Greetings, Mr. Jason. Welcome on in. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Did I seriously not grab that? You've come in just in time. We are commencing the off-roading for, I suppose I should actually probably mark these. We are commencing the off-roading for, getting all these light routes, among other things. Yeah, alright, this way. How do I want to tackle this? Maybe you're doing very well, thank you? Sure, absolutely. How about myself? I was just telling Mr. Fabian this, but I woke up aspirating acid today. Like stomach acid. So I am not in the best of moods. But I mean, I'm here. I'm alive. I'm awake. It's not, I don't wake up aspirating acid every day. This is kind of a, like, one-time occurrence, but, yeah, not great to wake up to. Like, my throat was burning until I took several swigs of milk and then, like, got the acid to move with water. Very rough stuff, but I'm alive. Other than that, I've got a nice good cup of joe right here. And that's been keeping my stomach calm. So I'm pushing through some things today. And then I suppose other than that, you know, usual human being in this, like, ravaged, you know, dark geopolitical time, trying to make sense of the world they're in. Like, existential stuff like that, you know? But overall, I'm okay. Thank you for asking. I hope today will be our last day in Hebra for a little while. Oh, let's not use the Great Eagle Bow on something like this. We've spent a lot, and I do mean a lot of time in Hebra. Now, granted, oh, what the heck? Oh, okay. We're just gonna slowly build up our stock of choo-choo jellies again. We're gonna desperately need that. Why does everyone and their mother want to stop me mid-travel? Wow, rough stuff. Over here in the UK, we have these soothing lozenge sweets called Jakemans. I always find that whenever you feel iffy, that those help settle me. That's cool. Are they marketed for, like, sore throats or something? Because, I mean, the closest thing I can think of is, like, Ricola cough drops. Let me back this up. Well, we've got a lot of different lozenges here in the States, but one of them that I rely on whenever my throat is feeling yucky, it is in fact the Ricola cough drop. But this isn't like a cold issue or anything. This is more like a, you know, literal stomach acid burned my throat a little bit. And I had to do something to get it to, like, stop. What? Oh, hello. Knight's Claymore. You know, there's a sword in Devil May Cry that I'm almost sure kind of looks like that. We're just missing, like, the trigger or whatever. But, we've got the makings of it. Pretty sure this would be Nero's sword? Oh man, that makes me want to play Devil May Cry 5. From Google, Jakeman sweets, specifically their throat and chest lozenges, are medicated sweets designed to relieve sore throats, coughs, and congestion. Yeah, what I'm dealing with was not that, but, you know, I imagine a burned throat would also qualify under that. The almond milk that I had more or less helped with that particular problem, because this was not a I'm sick. This was a I woke up and my stomach was probably pushing back up some stomach acid. Only the strongest of Hyrule Castle's knights can carry this two-handed sword. Yeah, I see. Huh. How about, before we continue or carry on, we're gonna drop this lovely thing, and we are gonna stick it on top of this. There. Nice. Nice stuff. I know one thing for sure, you always like to have a pack. In fact, a month or so ago, you went to 2 stores and bought like 38 bags. That's a lot of lozenges. I do on occasion like to clear out a store stock. Here in the States, you can't do stuff like that anymore. I mean, you used to be able to, and some stores will let you clear out their inventory, but a lot of them still have COVID-era restrictions in place, so you're not allowed to just, you know, buy the stock or you know, go broke. You kind of have to, you know, take what you're allowed. Ooh, I will definitely not say no to a nice, sturdy, long stick. We can even throw a horn on that if we want to. Later, of course. But yeah, that's a lot of between 2 stores. That's like, yeah, I guess the amount is really just quite striking. Okay, I gotta make sure I'm not bumping into a corner. I think we're okay here. Just do a 3-point turn. Now if you guys want to follow along, I do have resources available for you guys to do that. If you type in !TOTK MAP, if you are on Twitch, you will get the object map. For you guys on YouTube, let me just do a quick double check to make sure the streamer bot is working. Yeah, for you guys on YouTube, if you type in asterisk TOTK MAP, you guys will get the exact same thing. It's an object map. Mr. NK was very nice and sourced that for us in Breath of the Wild, and I'm using its predecessor, and it has worked quite well, all things considered. I wonder if we'll see the amazing shiny on YouTube. Maybe we will, maybe we won't. Oh Lord, all right, let's deal with this. Why don't we take the extra second and just, you know, sow a little chaos for a hot second. All right, good. I was just about to get noticed. We're gonna sit and watch these guys beat each other over the head for a solid minute. I'm making sure I'm not getting discovered myself. Sorry. Go on, go back to your little encampment there. There were other people that you could have, like, come after. Alright, fine. No you don't. You're gonna issue me 2 challenges? What's up? Flurry Rush's Silver Lizalfo's Tongue Attack and Flurry Rush a Gloom Spawn Grab. Both are difficult. Gloom spawn will take a long time because we have to find one, or not find one necessarily, but more like one has to be in our like path. And I'm pretty sure gloom hands are on the surface, right? Let me make sure I haven't missed any messages while we're right here. Okay, no, I believe we're good. Gloom spawns can be on the surface and in the depths. Yay! I totally love that we can find these horrific enemies in the depths. Now, let me make sure I've read your challenge a little more carefully. A silver Lizalfos tongue attack. If I manage to fight a silver Lizalfos, I will keep an eye out for the tongue attack. In fact, Mr. Jason goes on to say they know exactly where one will be. Oh, no doubt. No doubt. I could probably, like, find... I could probably pull it up using the object map. Yeah, in fact, that's a pretty good seg into, a useful feature about the object map is you guys can go searching for literally anything under the sun that happens to be in the game. So let's say I in fact wanted to know where one of these gloom hand locations were. They're in the top left hand corner. Once you open up the map, there will be a little search or magnifying glass icon. You just click on that. There will be a search bar at the top. You just click on that. It'll activate the little prompt. You just type in what you want to know. I'm not going to type that for the purposes of, you know, the first time Let's Play. I try not to do that. But once you find it, you just click on any one of the listings, and the associated object ID, or like any number of reference IDs that the game uses to mark the gloom hands. You can find every copy of that reference ID or similar IDs, or yes, it's even smart enough to know, oh, you just want to know where all of the gloom hand locations are. Here are all the ones that match that object ID. Have fun. What I want to do is there a nearby rock? That's okay. We can do a makeshift thing where we can literally staple a cube onto a stick, and there's her mining implement. Novel, huh? I'm sure it wouldn't be the first time we thought about inserting my goodness, what is up with this? All right. I guess it is one disadvantage of the stick as a mining implement. You do, in fact, have to climb on the ore if you want to mine it, or be close enough that Link will look at it. There we go. Tulin, I did not need you doing that, buddy. Let me make sure Imagine a gloom spawn, Lionel, that can dive underground. I don't want to think about that, because I can imagine the two enemy types separately. I really don't want to try to imagine them together. That would be horrific. And then Mr. Jason says, if you went to the object map and typed, cool streamer, I hope that it would link back here. Flattery does get you everywhere. You know, and italic winky face wink wink emoji quote here, or what have you. All right, I believe that takes care of that. Let's get this show on the road. I am gonna try to like farm, or as we kind of see it, because we are gonna be spending a lot on Zonite vehicles today. I almost guarantee it. There are going to be instances where we need to fly, and then there are going to be instances where we, there are going to be instances where we need to, you know, rover our way, to where we're going. I think that might be one of our fine light routes right over there. Any other bomb flowers? No, just those. Mr. Jason goes on to say, I'm pretty sure what happened is one reason why you've turned off Tulin. That's fair. I find the damage output somewhat beneficial, but if Mr. Tulin gets too annoying, I will turn him off. I have no qualms about that, and I don't think he does either, seeing as how it's a video game character. Really, game? I mean, this interaction physically makes sense, but, like, come on. Now, did that stay fully intact, is the question. It actually did stay fully intact. My goodness. Watch out for frogs. Yes, sir. I'll also be keeping an eye on them. We're heading into unknown territory. And again, I'm doing my best not to, you know, mark enemies where we can find them. Now, there will be a period of time where we will actually go through and mark off one by one where all of the enemies are, for recording purposes later. Like we did in Breath of the Wild, where, you know, we made a super long stream VOD of, you know, finding all of the chests, or recording all the cooking recipes or whatever. There will be periods where we do that, but that's going to be toward the end of the game when we're cleaning up and, you know, we've had a chance to soak it all in. Like, before we deal with Ganondorf, aka probably the Demon King, we're gonna make sure we've checkmarked everything off our list. Because I don't want to return to this game when we're finished. I want it to be over. Now, I know I don't think there's a post-game, but I know you can, like, boot up the game after you've beaten it once, and there will be a few things we can do, like probably filling out the compendium, just like we did last time. There will probably also be the completion percentage that we can see. Like, we can measure ourselves, but I don't want to, unless there's like a profound post game and it's not just hurt dirt, find random chest number 500 that you need to go open. I want defeating Ganondorf to be the end. You know what I'm saying? Mr. Jason says you've been playing Pokemon Go recently. Mobile, right? Yeah. You've been trying to collect as many of the Vivillon as possible. That would be the bug flying Pokemon that have like a different checkered pattern on their wings, and there are like 16 or like 20 of them, right? Is that the particular butterfly or moth type Pokemon I'm thinking of? Correct. Yeah, there are 20 different patterns. Nice. See, I do know my Pokemon, not all of them, but I do know quite a handful. I've been known to play a couple of Pokemon fan games in my spare time. And the pavilion patterns in those fan games are usually very pretty. They've been touched up pretty nicely. Is that part of an event, or are you just collecting them because you want to get all the patterns? That's valid. I'm just wondering if it's like a completionist type thing. All right, that's light route number 1. We have like 7 we gotta find down here. My goal... Oh, I didn't even mention what today's stream goal is. No doubt to anyone who saw the YouTube thumbnail, you got an idea. But our goal today is to, like, end somewhere up here. I mean, if we can go back up onto the sky and surface and, like, clear up some of these things that I've found in my off time, of course we're gonna do that too. But, I've got a really interesting thing in the depths. For anyone who saw the thumbnail and knows what I'm talking about, please don't spoil it. I want this to be a nice little surprise. It's gonna be very pretty. It's gonna be really cool. At least I think so. I'm looking forward to, you know, being able to take good pictures together. Are we? No, we just need to, like, take this with us is what's going on. So we're just gonna grab these. And pull this up. I'm pretty, like, you wouldn't be here unless I had fully completed the ticket process, but I did in fact complete the ticket process, Mr. Jason. Thank you again for extending me such a gracious opportunity to be part of your Discord community. I really truly mean that. I just wanted to say that on air. You know, make that a little bit more personal, if you will. It's not every day I get the opportunity to be part of such a robust robust community. The last time I tried that was the Spotters Discord, and it's mostly turned into a not like a gotcha hell, but like the concept of helping out, you know, fellow community members kind of turned into a point buying special or a mini game. And gamifying things is cool, you know, provided that it's not obnoxious to try to build up goodwill in the community. It's not obnoxious. And I think I would be fine with that particular server's gamification, but people can steal points from you on that server. People can steal what you've earned, and that's like a huge turnoff for me. I don't like that type of interaction. If other people don't like that or do like it, that's fine. That's valid. That's totally reasonable. That's just not for me. So after spending X amount of years on that server, I left. As you can only follow 2,000 channels on Twitch anyway, you can really only extend that offer to so many people. Yes, sir. I totally get you on that one. Okay. I'm clinging onto this thing like it's my firstborn son. Like, if I'm gonna take this nice little vehicle as far as is humanly possible, maybe I'll improve upon its design off camera. You can really extend the offer to that many people, so that is why I, by policy, couldn't follow until we made the agreement. Yes, sir. I appreciate you following. I do hope that you enjoy the emotes you get as well for having done that. I have hand-drawn most of them. Let me take a look at my selection again, just to make sure I'm not doing the crazy. So all the static emotes are at the follower tier, and It should be the coin, the cheer, the attention, the hand-drawn hat, and one scam emote left that I have to replace. That's what's at that tier. Yeah, I hope you'll get some use out of those. I've been really trying to like fix my stream asset deficit in like these past 6 months. I've learned a lot since then. I've really been trying to improve my resume in terms of making things myself, so that if more scam artists come out of the woodwork, I could say, hey, you know, I'm a graphic design artist too. Would you like to see my work? You know, I'll give you my portfolio complete with a watermark. That usually shuts them up pretty quickly. They like stop after that. Is that a talus over there? That is a talus. Okay. Just gonna grab these. Do I want to fight a talus right now? Oh, that's not just any talus. That looks like a frost talus. Yeah, it is. Do I want to fight that right now? No, I don't. I want to keep moving. I did take a second and think. Mr. Jason says, I'm collecting the Pavilion. As I have friends in many different areas of the world that could help me. Yep. You have a friend in Finland that's helping you with the Icy Snow Pavilion. You have a friend in the Netherlands that is helping me with the Continental Pavilion. You have a friend in Slovakia that's helping me with the Marine Pavilion, a friend in Kuwait that is helping me with the Sandstorm Pavilion, and a friend in Australia that is helping me with the River Pavilion. You have a friend in Missouri, nice, that's helping you with the Modern Pavilion, and in Pennsylvania that is helping you with the Polar Pavilion. Wow. Yeah, I suppose making such a wide sprawl of troll levels and curating the Discord community the way you have, you've had a chance to, like, meet people from all different walks of life, right? And that's really impressive. I would like to be as well-greeted and well-acquainted with the world as that. You know, even in these dark, polarizing times. Apart from one of them, you actually mod for them all too, which, you know, tracks. That makes a lot of sense. I'm gonna avoid that, I think. Yeah, let's not go that way. Because that was all silver. That was all silver moblins. I don't want to deal with that. I wish we could do this with cars in real life. I guess you technically can, right? If you had like a crane on hand or some way to, like, you know, pick it up. But operating a crane is like not at all. That's not at all realistic. But I imagine if we could. I think I talked about this as a topic on hand before on stream. But as a question for all of you guys, this is a kind of a what if, would you rather style question. Which would you rather have? A car that you could shrink and fit in your pocket, to go anywhere, anytime, or would you rather have the ability to pick up your car, and the ability to pick up said car, you know, is like a handheld device or something? It doesn't need to match up with the Ultra Hand here or anything. It just needs to be a way that could make sense in our own world, you know, via, let's say, like magnetizing, like putting a magnetic field on a car or something. All of the above. You're a Super Mario Maker 2 troll level creator, an omnipotent being. I mean, that is your world. You are technically an omnipotent creator in that. You're not wrong. Oh, I can't tell you the number of times I have seen the various clown car setups in Super Mario Maker 2. Okay. I think... Oh. My god. This device has just withstood being knackered and beaten so much. It's not even funny. Remember where we parked? I will. Yeah, we've parked in a lot of places. What? Legends say these trousers were favored by a hero from an ancient age. Their simple design is a rare aesthetic these days, but there's something classic about them. Okay, I just bumped into a random piece of armor from the wild set, right? Think that's what it is? No, the hero set. I think that might be in reference to Zelda 1? Maybe. Now to answer my own question, because I never ask my audience questions I don't answer. And I'll go back and read some sentences I missed, apparently. I would personally prefer to be able to, you know, shrink a car down and take it with me. That way I can just have it wherever I want. And ideally, I would want a car with some, like, huge off-roading treads on it. I don't need, like, a monster car, but just any car that has, like, good off-roading treads. That's more or less what I wanna have on hand. Because being able to off-road in the States is like a really, really big thing. It's really nice to have. We have many plains and forests and off-beaten paths that or I should say, yeah, you know, let's leave this here for a second. We have many off-beaten paths that it would be nice to have, like, an off-roading car. Now, in the forests, maybe that should be a dirt bike instead, but I hope people get my point. I really don't ask questions I do not intend to answer myself, because if I'm going to ask those sorts of questions, right, if I expect people or want people to bear a bit of their soul to me, you know, I'm gonna bear my own soul in return. I just think that's fair. Let's see, going back and reading the comments you missed. One of them is on YouTube and has over 7,000 subscribers. Awesome. I have a long way to go before I reach that. I have 108 of them. Thank you guys again for subbing on YouTube. Thank you for doing that. It means a lot to me. Let's see. Okay, that was the only one I missed, apparently. The original Breath of the Wild amiibo armors are scattered all across the depths. Good to know. 108 amazing people. Yes, my lovely... I like to refer to you guys as my senators and inductees for branding purposes, but also that's just the sort of community of people we've built up around these halls. That is indeed 108 very awesome people. You know, that have stuck by me throughout the years, and even though I don't upload edited content like I used to, it's mostly just I really need to figure out how I want to sort out issues. I've also learned a few things about myself since then. You know, that I don't do well when I have a super long video backlog. Because I know that's like the thing you need to do on YouTube, right? You need to have a backlog so that if something happens, and real life shows up, you can you have the backlog there as a way to ensure that you can still have content going out. I get the reasoning. I just don't do well because I have to edit the videos myself, right? I don't have an editor. I can't afford an editor. I can't pay for one. I'm broke. But so I make all the edits myself. The 21 videos that I've published on Dragon Quest XI, every single gag had to be like hand constructed. Every meme or every individual thing I pointed out as a joke, I had to actually hand pick those moments and go, that's so funny. I really need to make a joke here. I gotta do it. That's hard to do. I'm not the most humorous person in the world. I'm really and truly not. I'm usually the kind of person... You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. I'm the sort of person that people laugh with because I did something as a genuine reaction that people find funny. I'm not the person that people laugh with because I said something funny. I'm not that kind of man. Really, I'm not. You really like my streams? Aw. Thank you. Flattery really will get you everywhere. Just double check. Okay. These days, I usually know that you typically go live at about 6 p.m. Yep. And then you wash the dinner pots before 6 p.m. so you have minimal distractions. Ah, I see. How are things, in your slice of the UK lately? You don't need to publish addresses or get specific or anything, but just... I know a lot of people have been talking about, various issues, like various sociocultural issues in the UK, and I'm curious if that's something you have to deal with on a daily basis, or perhaps if you're like me, you're at least partially removed from that sort of stuff, so you don't have to think about it a whole lot. Anything you do think about, it's because a news article has been shoved in your face. Things are good. You've not noticed anything? Good. And for me, being a U.S. citizen, right, it's hard not to have the politics shoved in your face. Everything that's happened that's matched up with an article has had like an 8 or 9 month delay attached to it. It's been really strange. It's hard for me to... Like, I'm aware these things are happening at the current time they're happening, but people find it somewhat inauthentic when I say this. I don't know what you're talking about. This hasn't happened yet. And, it goes without saying, but in the age of AI, there's even less that you can trust these days. Because so many news outlets just sensationalize news for clicks, right? They sensationalize it for clicks, and you have to go digging for the truth, and people have less time to do that these days. It's really disheartening. Now, before I get too carried away, that was the 5-minute warning for the advertising break earlier. I do run these on Twitch, mostly to guard or mitigate pre-roll. If I didn't have to run them, I wouldn't. You guys have my word on that. But they're scripted, they're structured. They last 3 minutes. I encourage everybody to get up and take a break along with me. Grab a snack, grab a drink. All that fun stuff, and when we there'll be a timer too. So when that timer, disappears or reaches 0, I'm back at my desk. I kind of encourage us all to take a break at the same time so that we can say no thank you, Twitch. We don't need your structured adpocalypse today. Let's see, let me just make sure. You just chill, watch streams, and bully your best friend Liv. That's totally fair. Hey, that's a nice that's a good life. And that bully is in air quotes. Yeah, that's awesome. I don't bully my real life friends the same way, but we do all tease each other. It's nice to have friends like that. Let's see. I don't think I have too terribly long before the ad break shows up, so I will read that much longer comment when I come back from said break, along with anything else that people type. Promise. Is that all there is? Okay, yeah, that's it. I think we're good here. See you guys after the break. Sorry about that, folks. It looks like it looks like Firebot is operating on like a 5-second delay with the ads, so that's something to bear in mind. I'll have to like probably restart the computer or restart settings after today just kind of figure out why there's a 5-second delay on the timer. It does sometimes get like this where it becomes desynced. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Welcome back yourself. Nothing's changed on the YouTube side, so it's just the Twitch side. Okay. Let's read that one paragraph long comment, and then we'll continue where we left off. Mr. Jason says, I watched the Pokemon Presents earlier today, and I said most people are watching the Pokemon Presents, but what about the Mega Flygon? Said in a distorted manner to your friend Liv. She said, I'm just happy. And I said, Liv, of course you're happy, friendo. When you have very few thoughts and just vibes in your mind, the end result is that you are usually happy. We all just want to be happy. We're all animals. We all have limbic systems. We're all biological computers. We all want the constant input of dopamine and endorphins, and we don't want to deal with cortisol a whole bunch. Hey there, Mr. Klebus. Welcome on in, good sir. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well, Mr. Klebus. Hope you enjoy. Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Jason. That was quick. Yes, if you guys don't know who Mr. Klebus is, you should definitely check him out. He's been working really hard with his content. He's been playing Fortnite, but he has also played things like Death Stranding or, Souls-like games. He's done a litany of different things. How have the streams been, my friend? How go things in your slice of terra firma today? While you're replying to that, you've come in at a good time. We're doing a little bit of spelunking, but other than that, we are clearing up all the light roots in the depths. You gotta lurk, Mr. Jason, very well. That's totally fine. Enjoy your lurk. You can use !lurk if you want to officially notify people you're lurking, but you don't need to do that. That you saying it is just fine. Let me make sure. Stream's been going pretty good. Good. Upgraded OBS to the last version again. It didn't freeze. Good. So, I want to make sure I haven't crossed wires. Like the previous version or the most current version, Mr. Klebus? And while you're answering that, I've had to do that myself, for whatever reason, OBS acts really funny when it isn't kept up to date with the latest patches. I can't tell you the number of times I've had my stream glitch out because, I forgot to update OBS and it was really late and I didn't have the time to do it. And you obviously can't do it before stream because it usually takes like an hour to install the latest patch. Or what have you. Yeah, it's not fun. So I've learned to keep OBS up to date or it causes me problems. Mr. Klebus goes on to say, you downgraded? Okay, you rolled back to a previous patch. Got it. You tested out what was causing the application display or window capture freezing, and it was storage in the end? Good. Out of curiosity, are you operating on Windows 10 or 11? And the reason I say this is I know that since my Mac OS, right, not Windows at all. Yeah, my streaming computer runs on Windows 10, and it has OBS is getting a little bit picky with Windows 10. I guess it makes sense. It is at the end of its shelf life, right? But yeah, the Mac operating system is like its own separate thing. Hey there, Flairtoon. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind today. I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in just in time. We are, we just got finished spelunking, in the Corvash Canyon mine. We are in the midst of mapping out the Hebra depths proper this time. You recommend building the hover bike? Do you mean... Let me find it. There's the hovercraft, but not the hover bike. Oh, right. You had asked that, you had mentioned the hover bike earlier, Flairtoon. I still don't have that Zonai control stick yet. I can't really build something like that yet. I gotta find random controllers out in the world for the time being. You're back down, says Mr. Jason. Welcome back. In Terrytown. I hear you, good sir, Mr. Flairtoon. I do hear you, but we aren't going to be going to Akala for a good while yet. Not for a long time. I'm talking like multiple regions worth of a long time. So just as like a broader overview of where I intend to take us, outside of like wanting to go to Nikluda next, you know, check out Kakariko Village, Hateno Village, you know, get some of the other services unlocked. Once we do that, the next stop is gonna be the Great Northern Forest. Okay, we gotta like just move this. Yeah, the Great Northern Forest. And maybe check out what's going on with the Great Deku Tree as we make our way toward Death Mountain or the Elden region to start the next phenomena. Once we get done with Elden or Death Mountain, that's when we'll, you know, go visit Akala, because that's where Terrytown is, and that'll be where the next suite of services is. Oh geez, you know what, let's commit to off-roading. I am gonna save because I don't want to die like all of a sudden, but okay, is that it? Please tell me this device is still standing. Before we deal with that, why don't we take a quick break and fight ourselves a Frox, everybody? Are we ready to fight a Frox? I think this would be a good time to fight one. I've been looking forward to finding another Frox. I already saved. You don't need to save again, coin. We are going to I've been looking forward to finding more of these in the overworld. The more we find, the more Frox fangs I can go farm, if needed. Come on, Mr. Frox. What the heck? I'm sorry. I gotta do like a double take because of what I just saw. Did that Frox notice me run and then like immediately stopped noticing me running because I stood still? That's wild if that's what just happened. Mr. Jason says, I won't say the name of the streamer because it would be considered rude to mention other streamers, even if you assume that you probably wouldn't mind. But there is a streamer that streams wearing a tuxedo, and he's similar to Larry in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. guy that oversees the academy, that guy, I don't think that's correct, but I'm making a guess anyway. And you have that streamer in Pokemon Go. You had spun a Pokestop of a place called Larry's. You saved it just for that streamer to send them to get the gift when they were live. That's awesome. Larry is a gym leader. Okay. Yeah, not at all. I'm thinking of Clive. I'm thinking of Clive when I think of that, right? I've not played Pokemon Scarlet in a hot minute, so I'm probably really misremembering things right now. Flairtune says it's way better to go the way to Terrytown Stable near Eldon, and going northwest leads to Terrytown. I hear you on that. Probably not going to be today, and it's probably not going to be in the next couple of days. But, you know, we're going to be heading up that way at some point. All right. Why is this Frox just ignoring me? That's like so strange. Yes, Clive. Definitely not the Academy Director. Am I misremembering names? Thank you. Why did that take 5 ever for you to realize I'm there? Glitch? Maybe. Okay, Froxes are a little bit of an endeavor, so I'm gonna throw up the overlay real quick. Got him. Stuns it, Flairtune says. I mean, I don't think I needed to stun him, but I've been killing these things so often. I've been farming them so often that I kind of just have a routine, but if I don't lock in, bad things tend to happen to me during the Froxes. The Gleox are another time where that nice little overlay gets to come out. Because I want people to be, you know, very clear on when I'm not as available for chatting and stuff. Nice shot there. Thank you, Mr. Jason. And GG. Yep, thank you for the GGs, everybody. Let me just go ahead. Mr. Jason says, I'm at the point now where you only hunt King Gleox for sport. Fair. I'm sure we'll fight one eventually. Flairtune says, I gotta go. Bye. Thank you for stopping by, Flairtune. Much appreciated. I hope I can have you here sooner rather than later, but you know, if I don't see you for the rest of the day or even for a little while, then rest well, my lovely senator and inductee, and I will, you know, well, I'll see you when I see you. Take care of yourself. And with that, we're going to find our vehicle, which I'm sure is somewhere nearby. Yeah, here it is. And we're going to continue. I did not mean to do that. And we're going to continue our lovely little trek toward the next light route. That's at least another frock. Frock? Grok plus frocks? Frocks. A frocks. There's another frocks that I can add to my collection. I'm sure I'll remember the location. I don't really need to mark that. I thought about whether or not I wanted to mark that for a good little bit, but my map would be full of stamps if I did that. Have I discovered rocket shield? Yes. I have, in fact, discovered rocket shields. You don't go to a King Gliok without them. Good to know. I'll make sure that, I'll make sure that, I have, like, rockets available on hand. And probably have a shield pre-fused with that as well. That would probably actually be pretty useful in regular Gliok fights now that I'm thinking about it. It would certainly make it easier to avoid lots of the attacks that... Okay, I think we're back. Yeah, and just in case people can hear but can't see, please do consider refreshing your stream. Random errant disconnect out of nowhere. My internet is pretty good. I've got like decent upload speed and everything, like at least 125 megabytes per second worth of upload speed. That's how good it is. But we drop packets a lot. We drop packets not a lot of the time, but enough that there can sometimes be periods where the internet just stops working for like a solid 10-15 seconds. It's one of the more frustrating things. It's definitely a first world problem. That's for sure. And thank you for the confirmation of that, Mr. Jason. Much appreciated. I'm not much of a Pokemon Go person, thinking back to our conversations we've had about Pokemon Go, but my sibling has played it at various points. I'm curious whether or not they play it, or they continue to play it. I'm surprised it's gone on as long as it has. Because I heard that Niantic was like... Or Niantic, excuse me, has moved on to other ventures. And Pokemon Go is kind of like what I call the live service carousel. Where, you know, there are events, there are seasonals, there are things like that. But more often than not, like there are like no major changes apart from, you know, the seasonal events. It would kind of be like if they sunsetted World of Warcraft, right? Like if Blizzard could no longer maintain the servers or the different products they have or whatever. If they couldn't do that, but they still needed the source of income. I could totally see them just saying, okay, you know, the story is basically complete. We're not updating it. We're not even going to add a new raid or anything. We're sunsetting the game or whatever. Interesting. I guess I should hold on to it. We might find a use for that. Sorry. Ugh. Stomach. Flaring up again. Feeling pretty funny right now. We're gonna back that up. We're gonna try that again. There we go. Wow, this... I love my vehicle. I wish cars were that durable. If at first you don't succeed, try attaching a rocket. I mean, yeah. Rockets make everything better in this game, I've noticed. Okay, that's yet another light route done. Now, is that... What is that? Is that a mine? It looks like a mine. I guess let's go check that out while we're here. The more mines we discover and we do right on stream, the more that I can farm for you guys. Because it's nice to be able to, kind of have a mining rotation for farming resources. I will definitely take one of you. I was wondering when I was going to start seeing these. Do I? I want to. Nah, it would be better if we destroyed this and dropped the sword and then attached it to this long stick. There. That's better. What was I saying? I'm having to, think for a minute. Oh, let's not run over that. Oh my goodness, that was too close. I have run over bomb arrows with this, or bombs with this thing. Yeah, I usually die or come pretty darn close to that. Especially if there's a field or a small patch of them. Yeah, immediate death. Let's not do that, shall we? What is all this? Oh, we have found another Yiga clan stronghold, everybody. Why don't we pay the banana heads a little bit visit, hey? Mr. Jason asks, please correct me if you're wrong, but are you going to one region, finishing it as much as possible, and then covering said region's depth and sky? Close. Really close. So, what I'll do is I'll discover the map of a region, right? We'll go to the tower. That's the first thing we do, point blank, period. We go to the tower. Then I'll start with sky, that region's sky, collect the Koroks, see the things. Then move to the surface, collect all the Koroks, do the things. Then go to the depths and the caves, or any caves on the surface, do that, move on. So I'm kind of like, the best way I would describe it succinctly is I take it one region at a time and I do each layer before moving on. Now, I have bumped into a number of like pacing issues with this, where the game really just wants me to do the thing that's right in front of my face right now, even if it's a cave or jumping into a random hole or going into the sky when I don't want to. But the pacing has really only started to show itself now, where some things, like with Master Kohga yesterday, where it's been tied into a quest. Like, I cannot just go somewhere and do the things. There are actually quests tied to all that. I hope that's not going to be a permanent feature of this game. I wouldn't be surprised if it were a permanent feature, being honest with myself, but I sure to God hope that's not going to be a consistent problem. I can adapt fine, but if it's going to be a consistent thorn in my side, I might need to rethink how I'm doing things. Oh, I have been discovered by who or what. Really? Oh yeah, a Yiga clan member must have seen me. Alright. Come on. How about I introduce you to a little something called the... Oh. Yeah, how about I introduce you to my incompetence? How about that one? What? It was just that one Yiga clan member? What? I was expecting to stumble into like a whole thing. What's up with that? That's weird. But whatever, I guess, game. That's very weird. Was that a curiosity thing, Mr. Jason, or is some advice about to be gently tendered? Because believe it or not, you're actually not the first to have asked that question. Yeah, curiosity. Gotcha. Understood. Yeah, it's mostly just, this was the structure I had for Breath of the Wild, where we would do one region, we would complete a region, I guess with Hebra, right? Hebra was like the first instance where I believe I said, you weren't there for the initial part of this, but whenever we bumped into a story region, you know, we would just do the story first. We would still get the tower first thing, but you know, we would ignore all the side stuff. We would do the story, because that's what people really truly want to see, is the story stuff more than anything else. And then we do the side stuff. But in cases where there aren't main story beats to follow, this is how we did things in Breath of the Wild. Is just lock in on a region, see everything the region has to offer, go from there. You do remember one thing about this game? You have 144 Gleeok wings. Gleeok wings. Now, here's a question. Do you I know that like monster parts are bitter, right? They're like inedible, but part of me wonders if that's not just like a game mechanism. And maybe the people of Hyrule perhaps do secretly eat monster parts. So I'm wondering, do the Gleeok wings taste like chicken? Or, you know, is it, oh, monster part equals bitter. End of story. It appears that some of the monsters in the area have been mining for the ore, particular in the depths. Our fellow Yiga have found them working in large numbers around mineral deposits, and even carrying these ores. But why? Could the ore have some special use? Glory to Master Kohga. You wouldn't know, LOL? Very, very, very funny. Yes. The real questions being asked here. Do the monsters taste like chicken? And if they did taste like chicken, would the Hyrulean people engage in monster husbandry? Would they, in fact... Ooh, we have found mother lode. We, in fact, have the joystick. Ooh, we need to, like... I guess we still need, like, a... Okay, yes, we found, like, the track that'll let us do this. Okay. Let's auto-build, and let's see if we can't make this structure... Okay, well, I guess part of the problem, right, is that this is all one device. This is not multiple devices stapled together, even though it clearly is. Even though it clearly is. Doesn't matter. The Yiga actually probably physically welded this thing on. Welded this thing on to, like, the wing here. I definitely don't want to do that. Right at the tip of the tail, kind of like that. We're gonna stick a headlight on this. Probably right on the controller, maybe? Oh, no, you can't actually... No, yes, you can. What's going on with this? Okay, no, you actually cannot. It has to be toward the tip like that. Okay, okay, okay. And then... Okay, these are like shielding plates. All right, I think I've got this pretty much figured out. Let me go back and catch up on chat. So sorry, I was locked in on doing on figuring out why I couldn't build the device I wanted to build there. Someone made a post on Reddit that shows an alpha Pokemon in Pokemon Legends. You know, Z to A, and their message was literally, I missed my life being in danger so much. What? Really? Is this the ball? Maybe not everyone will know what I'm talking about here, but, no, don't do that. I didn't want to do that. All I wanted to do was, like, save this in favorites. That's it. That's what I wanted to do. There's a quote in Baldur's Gate 3 that your, like, main character says. It's something to the effect of, you know, I guess I shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times. Something like that. That quote definitely gave me those vibes where it's like, oh, yeah, about that. That particular comment aged a bit like milk. Though I'm guessing that particular Redditor, right, probably was referring specifically to whatever was going on in the game and not trying to make an allegory to real life. Because I don't know about you, but I do not want to be I don't want to be thinking about that in real life. I am happy not thinking about that. Okay. Yeah, I guess we can leave our cart behind, sure. Ah, this wing won't last forever, though. I guess I find it frustrating that these wings have, like, a finite duration. And it would be nice if that weren't necessarily the case, you know? Okay, nothing on my map suggests that we're dealing with an obstruction here. Oh, I think we're done here. I think we're done here. Alright. Let's get off the thing and use the auto builder and make one of our very own, very popular devices. And by that I mean a grand total of like 1 fan. Then we're gonna put a light bloom on this thing and we're gonna have it fly. No, 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 no. Get off of that. Get off of that. Do not want. Put that over there. Maybe something like this. Yeah, something like that. All right, let me check chat here. Very funny. I'm like, I do like Pokemon. I am a Pokemon enthusiast. But I'm not an enthusiast to like the same degree a lot of other people are. I'm more of a fan game ROM hack enthusiast when it comes to Pokemon, because fake mons are always the interesting thing, right? What the heck is that? What the heck is that? I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what? What the heck is that? What the heck? Why is Colgera down here? What? Is this just a random enemy we can find in the overworld now? Okay. Colgera and the other temple bosses can be rebattled now? Really? I mean... whoa, what the heck is that? Okay. Classic stall moblin jump scare? Hello? Nah, get out of here with that. Don't interrupt me while I'm wigging out about about Colgera. What? I guess let's just... let's take things one step at a time. I about had a heart attack. I was like, didn't we just beat him? But I guess if you can refight them, it would make sense. I guess we can try, right? So I'm gonna guess it's like a boss arena? Okay, so if I look at this... Okay, no. But I am curious as to what we get out of it. I am curious as to what we're gonna get out of it. So, we're gonna save. And we're gonna try our hand at Colgera. How's that sound, everybody? Sound like fun? Oh, and I guess this goes without saying, but I'm gonna put in the command here anyway, because Kolgera is a bit more of a handful. I did not mean to tumble face first into that. Oh, that's not good. That broke. Okay. Just dive through Kolgera's wings. When they've been fully revealed. I'll try. Although not when he's flying like this. Okay. The rings, yeah. Oh, like this. Okay, that is easier. Is this how everyone fights him? Alright, get ready. I almost prefer fighting it with my bow. I'm not gonna lie. Kolgera, I need you not to do this, buddy. You didn't fight Kolgera that way your first time. Fair. There is a certain fun to be had in, you know, the way that, you know, fight... there's a certain fun to be had fighting Kolgera that way. You know, it's kind of like a puzzle boss, right? And it's nice to not have to use durability to actually deal with Kolgera. That's like an extra bonus. But you do have to really pick your moment. And of course, I guess, you know, waiting until you can dive through the rings means that you can't take advantage of any moments like this, where Kolgera will expose their belly to you, so that you can take the shot. You have to deal with the mechanics of the boss a lot longer. One more, and then I believe we should be good. And this should do it. Really? I guess not. There, got it. Colgera was the only boss that you, was the only boss you forgot the photo for initially? Same! I had to go and, redo that. Just for the photo. It's nice to know that they're... what? Okay. Colgera Jaw. So you can even use boss parts here. That's kind of interesting. We're going to get rid of this, because I'm curious to see what'll happen if you fuse it to a sturdy stick. That's really cool. You know what? I really like that. That is awesome. That is fantastic. I am so glad that you can fuse boss parts to weapons. That I was not expecting the ability to do that. Now, what are we guarding here? What was this repeat boss fight worth? 100 crystallized charges. Now, we did say you could refight the boss. Like, I get that. Is this available every blood moon? Is this just like a thing we can find now? I mean, that's really cool if that's the case. Wow. That's, yep, that is the case. I'm floored by this. I wasn't expecting them to make repeatable bosses, but not the crystallized charge, sadly. You know what? That's fine. All that means is that we can take like an actual, you know, gnarled stick or something, and I can go farm Colgera a bunch if that's what I want to do. That's awesome. All right, so I guess we're gonna want, you know, let's see if we can't make a better device. Let's try thinking about a few things. I'm going to assemble the framework for such a device, but I'm gonna know full well that we need to. It's really not going to mean anything without a controller attached to it. Oh man, yeah, the lack of a control stick is a bummer. Ozzy Osbourne has died? Oh no! Just read the news. Thanks for the update, Mr. Klebus. I guess we're gonna start, you know, I'm sure the US has already put it in the obituaries and everything. Yeah, that's really sad. He's like a huge, like a metal icon. You almost can't talk metal without talking about Ozzy Osbourne. That's really sad. Colgera, the Rito village boss, along with the Gerudo Desert boss and the Death Mountain boss, all have exclusive fuse parts. The Zoro's Domain boss doesn't give you any parts, sadly. Sadness. You know, I was going to do this, but anything I want to make just requires the control stick. Well, rest in peace, Ozzy Osbourne. You will be missed in these dire times. I was going to do this, but it's nice to know that this is where the slats are. I really want to find these slats in conjunction with a Zonai controller, though. That's what's really going to make us produce a better, like, hover vehicle. I guess in the meantime, we can change up the vehicle we're making. Sure. Let us get on a beam cycle. And we are building it entirely of Zonai, so fine. This ought to be fun. Link, get on that. Nice. Yeah, this isn't gonna be like a disaster. Careful, careful, careful. Get away from that if I'm gonna pop it. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. That, my lovely senators and inductees, is the second major commercial break. Since I didn't do any shilling during the first hour, I need to kind of get it all done right now. And I'll read that comment momentarily, promise. First off, if you guys like this content and hadn't considered doing so before, you know, please consider following on Twitch or subscribing on YouTube. Those are free, easy methods to help the channel out, help it grow. Please also consider word of mouth, either through social media or, you know, actually talking to your friends, family, coworkers, and so on. Like, I do make social media posts, but, you know, I can only gain but so much traction by doing that. Word of mouth and making connections with people is really how you're going to help me out more than anything. Even more than like liking the video or making sure that the notification bell's on. Any and all of that stuff is nice, but word of mouth and just viewer retention or you know, people viewing the video or stream by far is the best way to help me out. And then, of course, you guys being here is more than enough for me. I want you to sincerely know that. But if you do feel like being financially generous, I do have a variety of perks that I can give someone who wants to toss money at me. There are lots of ways to do this. Underneath the video player on Twitch is a Linktree link, but in the About Me section, there is also a donations panel. Underneath that panel are all the, you know, direct one-off ways you could be financially generous. And then other than that, especially for you guys on YouTube, there should be a Linktree link in the description. That has the link to my Patreon and Ko-fi. You pretty much get most of the same benefits for $1 a month as opposed to the exorbitant price Twitch is going to charge, which is like $6, or, you know, for free with free quote unquote with Prime Gaming. I have things ranging from emotes to extra voting privileges, to advanced notice of thumbnails that I make. There are a lot of basic things that I have on offer for you. If those sound like they'd be right up your alley, along with the appreciation placard that you guys get that I read off at the start of every stream, if those sound like it'd be right up your alley, then please do consider being financially generous today. But otherwise, you know, you guys know the spiel. It's getting to be that time before the commercial break. That's what that little alert was for. We take 3-minute commercial breaks here. I highly encourage everyone to all kind of take a break at the same time. That way there's no FOMO. It's scripted like that for a reason. There will be a timer in the upper left-hand corner of your video display, and when that timer is over, I will be back from my desk, and I hope you guys will be back from your desks, or back to your desks, or, you know, wherever you're viewing the video, that is, and, you know, we can pick up where we left off, because I hate ads, we all hate ads. I wouldn't do this if I didn't have to, but c'est la vie. That's how it works in late stage mouse utopia. Anyway, I, 3 I think that about covers it. I wanted to take a quick second and think if there's anything else I wanted to mention. The other thing I'll mention can wait until we come back from said commercial break. Mr. Jason says, I think that one of them has about 8 lasers. Oh, this is in relation to the previous comment. Zonai robots have lasers that literally melt through a Lynel. Don't Lynels have 90% Zonai resistance? I remember there being a lot of videos discussed about that, but we'll have to continue after the break. See you guys then. Sorry about that, everybody. I'm back. Yeah, talk about nature's calls, huh? That's code. That is a code phrase I use, by the way. I have quite a few of those. Because nobody wants to hear I went to the bathroom. Some people literally can't handle that. I have actually gotten, it's not like I describe my bathroom visits in detail or anything, but some people are like, ooh, could you not? TMI, who cares? Or whatever. Like, there are people that have said that in here before. So, what do? I make it abundantly clear. Don't even think about it. No. Too late. I just make it abundantly clear from the beginning that I'm speaking in a code phrase. That'll be enough of that, Mr. Bokoblin. Thank you, but no. Okay. Stop. Man, the little foxes just never stop coming. Wow, that is totally, like, not annoying at all. I jest. I mean, it is annoying, but it'll be fine. I didn't want to drop that. I meant to destroy the fused material. Because we're gonna put a, like, a really useful, horn on this. Let me also make sure I've not missed any messages since then. Okay, we're good here. I did not mean to do that. Better. There are actually 3 Colgera down here? Oh, it's not enough that there's just one of them. Oh, no, there are 3 of them. I'm willing to bet 2 of them are in this general... Now, when I say general area, what I actually really mean is 2 of them are probably underneath Hebra, and 1 of them is probably somewhere where the Gerudo Highlands would be. Tulin, buddy. Seriously, come on now. I guess it's my fault for not checking that Tulin didn't walk into it's my fault for not checking where Tulin was before I started mashing. Okay. I like that the bot, like, it still gets posted, but oh yeah, Seribot is awesome. Yeah, this stream is properly defended by Seribot and Kumabot Defender. If you guys make content live on Twitch, like in any capacity, Seribot is amazing. It is like a must-have streamer tool. It's pretty easy to use too. There's like a separate channel for Seribot and everything. You just follow the written instructions and you can summon Seri to your chat anytime. Blocks a lot of spam. A lot of spam. Tremendous amounts of spam. Okay, we're gonna, like, let's get back to, you know, cruising for bruising. You have a problem in Tears of the Kingdom? What's that, Mr. Jason? You know what? Considering how dangerous the beam cycle is, with hitting random bombs, we are going to save. Because I don't want to repeat that. 1, 2. Okay, so it's, even though the depths is like not, you really don't have to worry about temperature that much. There are definitely still things that are issues. Nice. Oh, and I'm glad we took a stop here. Ore. Lots of ore. Yeah, we're slowly building up our stockpile. You know, one rock at a time. And this, my fine friends, is what we were here for. Not this, like, exact one, right? Not this exact lava fall, but this is, by and large, what we were looking for. I want us to just take a second and admire the scenery. Just look at this. Yeah, turns out it's beautiful. I love seeing stuff like this. I've always wanted to get a little bit close to volcanoes. Not that close, but like this seeing lava up close and personal has always been something I've wanted to do. I was big into rocks as a kid, and you know, I'm still into rocks today. I just moved from rocks into gemstones. I'm a huge jewelry buff, if people didn't know. In fact, I've even considered, you know, learning how to make my own jewelry a handful of times, because, you know, real jewelry is expensive. Using real gemstones is expensive, and you can't cut gemstones yourself. Not really. You got to take that to a lapidary. Now, there are in-house lapidaries that will do that for you, but it costs. And some of them are going to charge the jeweler's markup. For those who don't know, a markup in sales is when something is sold above and beyond, you know, supply and demand. And the markup is usually to compensate for fees, among other things. Or, you know, to grease the pockets of many, 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 you know, blood diamond barons. That definitely don't employ slave labor in the diamond mines. That is definitely something that has since fallen out of fashion in the mid-2000s. Take off sarcasm hat here. So the problem is when you pick up an arrow, Mr. Jason says you cannot pick up any more of this. Oh, do you have 999 of them? You have like one full stack of arrows and it like consistently stays full. Interesting. I hope to have a problem like that. I always worry about running out of arrows. Not usually on camera these days. It's mainly it's mainly whenever I go off camera to like mine or whatever, that's when I can expect to run out of arrows, or I'm thinking, when am I gonna have to go buy some again, or what have you. Yeah, all from silver Lionels makes sense. I suppose Lionel farming is how you would get quite a few of these things. Mr. Jason also says, fun fact, all of the hot springs on the surface are above lava areas in the depths. And that makes sense, right? There probably is like a heat source that is being operated, or that is in use or in operation I did not mean to do that. You know, hot springs in the real world, I wouldn't be surprised if there were, you know, bubbling bits of lava or, you know, aquifers that run hot. I really wouldn't be surprised. I am prepared for you this time, you miscreants. Absolutely not. Get out of here with that. No thanks. Not this time. Oh, we ran over the lootable. Oh no, we pushed it along. All right. Okay, I think at this point we need to probably... Nice. We're going to park... Oh, I heard a little frox. Where? Right there? I feel like a Fallout character right now, where it's like, where? Huh? What? Just all the time. It's a pretty well-known meme in the community. You might want to light a flower in front of that. I agree. I'm coming to discover that the headlights on these things are not really they aren't really enough unless you have like a ton of headlights all at once. All right, let us do that then. Let's use a giant one. And don't even think about it. Don't even think about it. All right. Oh, okay. The very air is burning around you. You'll take damage if you stay here any longer. Okay. Is this the... Oh, we need to be fireproof? Yeah, it's fireproof. All right. Let's make it quick then. We do not have long. Okay. Good to know. You won't be able to explore here until you visit Death Mountain? That sounds about right. That really does sound about right. But at least we can, at the very least, right? We can at least discover these light routes, right? We have food. We do have food. So we're okay. Also, I'm pretty sure like that is not a recoverable bike. And even if I could recover it, I don't want to. Specifically because that would mean going back into the lava, back into the lava-filled zone, and I don't want to die. So I guess what we're building now is going to be... I guess we're going to make our ramshackle hover platform then. Yeah, that sounds about like what we're doing. Okay, how many fans and batteries do we have? I'm definitely going to have to farm some more fans after this. 2 of these. And then we can auto-build without spending quite as much zonite. And then we just put a bright bloom seed on this and let's freaking go. You have a permanent fan? Permanent fan. Permanent fan. Permanent fan. Me. We have yet another spinster, everybody. I do have a permanent fan. Thank you so very much. Your flattery will get you everywhere. I am truly blessed as a content creator to have an audience that is funnier than I am. I don't have to be a funny man. I mean, haha funny always attracts more people, right? Because escapism. Everyone wants to escape from the current goings on in their dark skeleton. Well, that isn't at all a problem. Dark skeleton. All right. I suppose. But yeah, it's. I mean, I'm still going to try to be funny. Like, that hasn't changed, but it is nice to have people who are to know people. That's probably the better way of saying it. It's nice to know people that are more inclined to joke. I mean, my sibling is a spinster too. Like, everyone in my personal life knows how to crack a good joke. The only one that can't seem to do that is me, myself, and I, and I'm awkward when I try to crack one. I should think about watching some comedians, like modern day comedians, to try to pick up on. I don't want to like crack jokes. I want to learn how they tell their stories. That's the thing I really want to try and get better at. And not be a fog brain addled mess all the time. People don't want fog brain addled mess. People want funny, humorous, haha. That's what people really want. Mr. Jason says, I'm glad that Hyrule does not have the internet. Yeah, same, absolutely same. Ganondorf would hate it as it would have too many links. Insert clip of Dose Links, aka the progressive auto insurance like commercial. No, is it Progressive or is it Allstate? Damn, I can't remember now. It's one of those. No, actually, it's neither of those. It's not an auto commercial. It's like an internet commercial. I have to go look that up during break. I'm gonna do that. Because in my mind, all I can think about there is that was for spinning the joke, by the way. All I can think about is that commercial every time someone makes a joke about there being too many links, quote unquote. Not even specifically related to, Link himself, but just like any time someone makes that sort of joke. That's what I could think of. Is that another Colgera? That is another Colgera, and that is in a magma zone of all things. I don't think we're going to be capable of fighting that, but I'm curious to see if there is... I actually should not do that. Let's pull it out from under the light root. Let's do that. Pretty sure we be dying if we try this, but I need to know for my own peace of mind. I believe this is the last light route too, so we just gotta put that here. And then we can begin cleaning up some other stuff. Won't that be nice? Yeah, it is. Okay. Okay, yeah, I'm not surprised that happened. We're gonna save here. Okay, at the very least, we don't have to contend with, like, hot temperatures, which I guess makes sense considering that Colgera is literally made of ice crystals. But I do find it funny that he is quite literally next to some lava falls. Now, this isn't the exact place, right, that I used for the thumbnail. It's probably like closer to behind this pillar. But I did use Sherfin's lava falls in order to make today's thumbnail. I tried my hand at drawing lava, and it didn't go particularly all that well. Oh. Right. I guess at this point, we might as well... Let's do it like this. Okay. No time like the present to pull off this fight. I'm very much paranoid. I'm saving even though I really do not need to. Like at all. Wish me luck. Okay, should disappear into the void. Underneath will be where he spawns. Oh, not here, not here. Another one. And again. We have to two-cycle him. We can't, like, not two-cycle him, but I'm wondering if we only have to put up with this type of routine once. As opposed to, like, twice or 3 times. Okay, get ready. Got him. I wonder if you can take a picture of that particular chest. Also, we're now going to get rid of this part here. Oh, what a waste of a royal broadsword, but I think it's fine. Okay, it's all a treasure chest. There are more treasure chests treasure chest types that we could take pictures of. I know of that for sure, but it's not it's not these like exact falls, but this is the sort of view I'm talking about where we can in fact take a picture of it. It's very picturesque. It's very awe-inspiring. I like views like this a lot. What is your favorite view in a video game you've played? Like any video game. Let me take off that overlay, shall we? Let's build this one out of zonite. Save ourselves the parts. I'm gonna have to go convert a few parts. My favorite view, at least for Breath of the Wild, or Tears of the Kingdom, excuse me, but Breath of the Wild too. They're the same places are in both games. Is the top of the Hebra Mountains. I believe I've actually shown you guys that already. It's very beautiful. It's nice to kind of be at the top of the world, you know, looking out and seeing this wide, expansive horizon. Just having that there and available is amazing. I love views like that. Mount Hyjal in World of Warcraft is another example. I've got to stop. I got to slow down, or I'm not gonna speak proper English. Mount Hyjal in World of Warcraft is another example of a volcanic mountain this time that you can look and see a bunch of stuff if you fly to the top of it with a flying mount or you're a druid or something. The view is out of this world. Or other similar places. Or yes, especially underwater. I also like stuff like that too. I enjoyed the water temple in Ocarina of Time, and Lakebed Temple is one of my favorite spots in Twilight Princess. I enjoyed the decor, the puzzles, and yes, the boss too. I enjoyed all of it. Mr. Jason says, anything that looks good in HDR on the Nintendo Switch 2, Kappa, especially water. Yeah, not gonna yuck anyone's yum. The graphics do look pretty nice. You can even play Cyberpunk 2077 and it looks pretty good. There's a lot to like physically about the Switch. There is. As long as you don't have your standards set so high that you can't actually... Is that a third arena? No, they have like a different appearance on the map. Yeah, they kind of have this... Oh no, those are the light routes. There's that big circle there. So, okay, so the areas where you fight the bosses just always have these like huge circular platforms that represent where the chest is that you can get the first time. Oh, okay. Got it. We're gonna go ahead and unmark this. Those are just Colgera. Oh, do those specific ones? Interesting. So the other ones have different looking arenas. Makes sense. Okay. Yeah, I think we're good here. Well, this has been a nice little foray into the depths, but now I think we're ready to do some of the things that I had talked about doing that we had bumped off camera. that I had bumped into off camera. Also, I believe we're finally ready to have another try at the Thunder Gliok, at the Colosseum, at the old ruined Colosseum. I think we can, I think we're good to have another try at that. I want to cook up a little bit of food before I do that, but, rocket shields are king. Yeah, I will definitely, like, staple a rocket onto this buckler I'm using, beforehand. Oh, before you go there, open your map. I assume you want it to be on the surface layer. Is that correct? Yeah, look near Rito Village? Sure. Okay. I'm looking near Rito Village. Am I at the correct level of very close to a Rito Village? Yeah, this one, right? Nope. So it's not. Okay, so it's not on top of Rito Village. It's near the Lucky Clover Gazette, so it would be this one. Okay. In fact, let me actually adjust my object map here so I'm in the right place. That shrine gives unlimited rockets to fuse to shields. Okay, I will make an internal note about that. Let me write that down. Even though I am not quite middle-aged yet, I do have to write things down more often than not these days. So Orumuik Shrine. Rocket source. And this is like outside of the dispensers, right? Because I'm pretty sure we've bumped into dispensers that have rockets in them. Okay. I've written that down. Let me make sure I haven't missed any critical things in chat. If you're fighting a Gliok, you should visit there now. Shall we visit? We will visit when we are done with this particular, thing we're about to go, or particular two things we're about to go do. That shrine is your go-to place when you feel like wrecking a Gliok? Sure. Yeah, when we get ready to go fight it, that's when I will deal with it. We've got a couple of shrines that I've marked here, or a couple of locations in Sky that I've marked. And the reason that I have marked them is because off camera, I bumped into a couple of chests that I didn't want to open because I do believe they are the Zonite chests, and the Zonite chests don't come back, so they're one-off things, right? So I specifically opted not to open them so that we could, you know, see their contents, you know, live and on air more than anything. All chests are one-off things? Not the stone ones. Or, the stone chests are repeatable. Or at least or maybe I'm thinking of the metallic chests now that I'm thinking on it. There are certain chests that I think you can open over and over again, but a lot more of them are one-off, then I gotta make sure I'm paying attention to that. Okay, so I think it's like up here somewhere. Let me just take a quick gander and use a regular bright bloom seed. It's up top. This is the particular chest I'm trying to pinpoint. I'm pretty sure it's up top. Just gotta you know, climb around for a hot minute and find it. Oh, we can actually just... We almost don't have to use too much, Maybe it'll be right around here. Yeah, so in the middle, there's like a spot that has a mirror on it. If you don't bother to use a bright bloom seed, you'll never see it. It's this chest right here. And boy, am I glad I didn't open that until now. All right, that's marked. We can get rid of that. Now we can move to the next one, which was on a chain of islands that had a rail cart system on them. Because we'd already found the Korok on that, you know, chain of islands. I didn't really think much of the place at the time, but when I got finished exploring, lo and behold, there was a chest. And boy, could we find it. Have you found any of the Sage's wills? I believe I have found one of them, two of them. Where did I find the second one? I know where I found the first one. 3 of them are guarded by a King Gliok. Understood. I guess we're going to be looking forward to fighting those at some point. Let's head out this way then. So, is it like... You're excited? Me too. I have not seen a King Gliok. I do not want to spoil the King Gliok. Like, HP and stats are, like, fine, but, you know, I don't want to know what the attacks are. I want to figure that out for myself. Because, you know, the fun of the field bosses is that they're all a puzzle, right? Oh, we just straight up found another one. Okay. I'm glad I didn't open this one either. We can mark that. We can take that off the thing now. Yeah, so I found this when I was playing around with, you know, this track over there. This particular part of the island chain has like a couple of rockets and wings that you can attach to help you fly back up to that island up there. Yeah, I just randomly found this. Mr. Jason says, I was bored the other day, so you decided to go near Trilby Valley in Tears of the Kingdom and glide over to a flame Gliok that was just casually flying and not causing any issues. Shot it and made it plummet. Man, can I just say that all of the Nintendo protagonists, absolutely all of them, you know, there's always the joke that you can make about them being murderous little psychopaths. Where, heck, this can even extend to, like, non-Nintendo protagonists, right? So, I happen to own a good chunk of the Lara Croft franchise, and Lara Croft kills dozens of animals with every ruin she touches that she explores. Like, I truly do mean that. Samus Aran killed so much wildlife, it's not funny. Link hunts creatures. Hunts creatures, kills monsters, although monsters in this case they're the servants of evil. They're kind of discounted. But my god, the amount of wildlife you have to deal with is, or the amount of wildlife you kill is crazy. Do I want to do that now? Do I want that to be the next thing we do? No, all in due time. So the next thing we're going to do is we are going to fight some gloom hands. I'm gonna save right here. I have a challenge. I believe, where was this? Near the beginning of the stream. I'm just gonna scroll and find it. Just gotta find the original message that had this. Flurry Rush, a Gloom Spawn grab. Okay, yes. That's definitely part of it. We're gonna give a good crack at this. I bumped into this off... Oh, wait a second. No. This isn't correct. Nope, wrong spot for Gloomhand. This is a Stalnox sighting. This is a Stalnox sighting. Let me go find a pair of Gloomhands. I'm not sure why the map was doing that. Loading error, I'm sure. Yeah, I just remember what that mark was for. So we're gonna go fight Gloomhands real quick, and then I think our next order of business is going to be the Thunder Gleeok. That's gonna probably take me perhaps a little more than 10 minutes. Maybe not quite that long, but I want to just make sure I'm being safe rather than sorry there. Alright, and we're going to change this up. I bumped into this off camera and was pretty freaking spooked to see it when I did. It's not that, you know, I'm necessarily scared of Phantom Hands or Gloom Hands. It's more like I just didn't expect to see it here while I was in the midst of grabbing apples. Alright. It's like right around here. Right around here. Oh, come on. Is it closer to where the ruins are? I might have to look it up. I bumped into it in the past, so I don't have a problem cracking open the object map for this one, but do I have the Lindor Sky Tower unlocked? I do. There's a small area called the Merida Exchange Ruins that Gloom Spawn can spawn there. Interesting. I'll add that to the list of places to check out. Because getting Gloom items would be really nice. Be really nice to have. Okay, let me, I know I'm not going stir crazy. Let me quickly crack this, or enter that into the, object map here, and we can go about our business. Let's see, we're at the Exchange Ruins. The Susuyai Shrine. Okay, let me just make sure that's correct. Okay. Swapping over to type for a second. Okay, so I looked it up. or aka I put it into the object map. I, of course, marked the wrong spot. It's closer to here. Let's save again, and let's get ready, shall we? Just gonna come grab these real quick. It's supposed to be around here. The Gloom Spawn is the fastest enemy in Hyrule? Yeah, I'll say I found it very difficult to outrun, even with like a mid-level haste effect. Like, just straight up. It was very hard to outrun them. You almost can't outrun them. You kind of have to gain height to get away. And even then... Where is this? I know this Gloom Hand is right around here. Hold on. Let's see. According to the object map, this object only spawns if the flag Miasma Swarm random set 3_0 is set. I'm not quite sure what that means, other than there, like, something has to be triggered, but I'm not sure what. Do I have to walk into a Gloom Miasma? Is it a nighttime spawn? Try your bub suggestion? Sure. Okay, that should be pretty easy to find on this object map as well. Sorry, I had to sneeze there. Thankfully, I managed to get the mic in time. Alright, so there's the Merida Exchange Ruins. That's, like, down there. Okay, yep, I see where it is. That's, like, toward the center. That's a pretty easy spot to remember. I'm hoping to get this one done and dusted before, you know, the ad break comes, so that I have, like, the full amount of time to devote to the Gliok if necessary. And then after that, there are some things in the depth, in other places we want to deal with. Off in the distance, my senators and inductees, that is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. You guys know the spiel by this point. 3 minutes on the clock when the top of the hour strikes. I'm gonna go ahead and put a waypoint here. That is the incorrect stamp. Let's do it like this. There will be a timer on the screen in the upper left-hand corner. Once the timer is over, I'll be back from my break that I take during the commercial breaks, and we can pick up right where we left off. I highly recommend everybody also take a break at right around the same time. It's just easier that way. You don't have to, of course, but I structure the ad breaks in such a way that you don't lose out on much by stepping away from your desk at the top of the hour. It's all automated. It's all scripted. The only thing I'll say today that as a bit of a word of warning is just the timer has been on a 5-second desync as of lately. Oh, hello. It's just immediate. All right. I'm gonna lock in. We needed to flurry rush a hand grab. Okay. Yeah, that's very hard. You have to, like, anticipate the grab. Yeah, okay. Like, I have to, like, wait until... That's really fast. Oh, maybe... hold on. You know what I think my problem is? I know what my problem is. I need to knock out 4 of the hands so that I could focus on flurry rushing the last one. There are too many hands for me to try that. All right, like I should have been smarter about that. Okay. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. Let's clean this up, shall we? I have plenty of bomb arrows now, sickos. What about that one? All right. Let's go. Yeah, so it's like they know to anticipate me dodging, and so they're like, yeah, no fam, not happening. Got it. Okay, I've got the clip. Thanks. Alright, but now the real battle begins. We gotta, like, knock out... We gotta actually win the fight now. I know the challenge doesn't say to win, right? But I'm gonna tack that on as, you know, an extra condition. It's meaningless if I can't win. You just did a flurry rush on the Hyrule's fastest enemy. I'm sorry, what? Hello? New attack much? Okay, almost. Done. That only took one reset to do, but it's nice. I'm glad we did that. Now we gotta do... Well, okay, what was the... It was a Silver Lizalfos's tongue attack. Yeah, that... I have to disarm them first. And then I gotta actually find one. And they have to not do the horn thing. If they do the horn thing, good luck. Okay, we're gonna hide that now. And close that search bar. I wonder what the different trigger... Is it like just a random chant? Or is it more of a... you know, you can do certain things to force the trigger. It is a random chance. Okay, so we just have to be ready for that, is what I'm understanding then. Okay, why don't we return to Lookout Landing, because we need to make some food for our next incoming fight with the Thunder Gleeok. I would really like to be able to farm it. And I guess before we go, after we cook the food, but before we go fight, we'll go grab a couple of the rockets inside the shrine and staple them to our shields so that we have an easy way to ascend. An easy way to ascend in the Gleeok encounter. Now, I will note that we technically, you know, we have the the arena to work with, right? So we shouldn't really need to, say, you know, use the rockets then and there. That, I feel that's largely going to be for when it does this, it's like high in the sky, really fast attack. That's when I would expect it to come into play. What do we want to do here? Okay, definitely stuff with electricity resistance, if I can at all help it. And probably also, some shock, shock or, like, attack up during thunderstorm. We probably also want that as well, considering that the Gliok is going to impose that weather condition on us when we start fighting. Going to do this, let's say 2 times. And 1 more time. Nice. Okay, and then the other thing we want is electricity resistance, and the only thing we have enough of that'll even give us that resistance is going to be Volt Fin Trout. We have four of those. And we'll throw a golden apple in as well to get the thing to crit. All right. We'll all just have to trust in that. We'll have to trust in that process. All right. Now, step number 2. Oromuic Shrine. We gotta go find... I guess we don't have to do that, right? We do have the Zonai dispensers, and I have literally 150 Zonai charges, not counting the large ones. We could, in fact, just visit a dispenser that I know has rockets. We've bumped into 1 or 2 of them in Sky, as a matter of fact, but getting them for free out of the shrine is, without spending charges, is probably a good practice, all things considered. Though, since I have to grind this game like crazy, it's going to be better in the long run if I frequently buy Zonai charges for things. All right, we've got... It is rocket time. There's that. What other shields do we have? And we got the big one. All right, we got the 2 devices. Let's quickly head back over to Lookout Landing and rest. And then we'll fight this Gliok and finally get it out of the way, hopefully. Unlike the fire and or flame and frost Gleoks, though, I do expect it to put up more of a fight. We're not going to be hitting anything that qualifies as a weakness, right? It's not like you can, say, short out a lightning Gliok by throwing water at it. Like, that's not a thing. I wish it was a thing. I wish that, I'm hoping that maybe some people that make Tears of the Kingdom mods have thought about this little interaction about electricity shorting out in water. And or having some counterplay that isn't just, wear electric resistant gear and fight it normally. There should have been an elemental weakness, or like a 4th element that could be used against electric foes and not just hit it hard. Though Ironically, perhaps that might even be the best weakness that it has, is hit it hard. Everything has a weakness to hit it hard. Humans are especially known for being really weak to being hit hard, or so I've been told. Okay. Let's see. I believe it was a chess piece that was rubberized. Yes, it was. We're gonna be gliding to this next part, and I believe I am fine with the particular... No, we want the Zonite helmet. We want this thing. Okay, let's go mark this place then. And then we can get to doing some more absolutely fantastic things in Hyrule and just in general. We're not as mobile here because we took off the glide armor. But it's fine. I mean, is that all there is to this? Just Gleeok? I suppose so. Alright. Let's do it. Man, I've been making use of this overlay a lot today. Let's strap in and let's freaking get busy. Okay, 3 shots without any kind of fusible. I'm saving the rocket for when it matters. Right now, we can use the fighting arena to our advantage. Really? These things are tough. Yeah, I can see that. It takes 2 to 3 of your Lionel weapons for one Gleeok. Yeah, I can feel that. At 25% health? Yep. Is that time now, though? Yeah, it is. That is 25% health. All right. So I'm going to get on top of the arena first before I whip out the rocket. I am gonna let it, like, fire an attack first, so we can at least see what it is. Ah, okay, that's what this is. It's literally, copy, almost a... It's like halfway between what a flame gliok does and what a frost gliok would do. Ooh, that's rough. Shoot. Did I take it? I believe I took a picture of this earlier. When we encountered it the first time. Thank you for the GGs, everybody. And if not, I can get the shot off camera. We've bumped into it a number of times. I think that's fine. A crown-like lightning-imbued horn of a gliok. Attach it to a weapon to... Yep, here's the typical line about increasing attack power. And this has 30 attack power. I don't think the other gliok horns have that much attack power. No, okay, they do. Good, good, good. Well, I'm saving that so we don't have to do that again. Nice! And here's the same panel from before. Wait a sec. Are the mechanisms for this all different? I thought about this. Yeah, it is. Okay, it's different each time. The strongest fuse item is the Silver Lionel Saberhorn with 55 fuse attack power. Yeah, that's gonna be really nice when we can get those. We have not fought a Silver Lionel yet. Okay. I mean, yeah, we tried to fight this pretty early on, before, with 4 hearts, and we got about halfway, with like halfway decent weapons, but I just didn't have the right supplies to outlast, a Thunder Gleeok, and I certainly would not have known, to fly, you know, as high up as what I did there in that fight. So yeah, I'm that, and the fighting the Colgera boss again, I think has probably been the highlight of today's stream for sure. What do we have here? Visitor from afar. Should your thirst for treasure remain unslaked, read on. I discovered the Mask of Awakening in a strange land and have hidden it away. Solve my riddle to make it your own. On Hyrule Ridge and Ludfo's land, ruins sleep between the towering mushroom trees. Connect the southern column's midday shadow to the northern. At the shadow's center, the way to my treasure will open. Solve my riddle, find my treasure, and earn my respect. On Hyrule Ridge in Ludfo's land. Oh, wait a sec. That is towering mushroom trees. Oh, yeah, that's this. That's this over here in Thunder Plateau. This thing. I tried to, like, do it earlier, but I realized that maybe I should wait until I get the actual prompt for this, as Shiny so nicely asked. So we're gonna do that. Trousers of Awakening. Legends say that these trousers were worn by a hero who explored a mysterious island that one could visit but not leave. The item that makes one want to wear it, but also not wear it. Trousers of Awakening. Mysterious Island. Okay, I know this is a callback to one of the previous Zelda titles. These are pants. I guess it would depend on what the tunic is. I'm thinking a mysterious island that one could visit but not leave. Oh yeah! Link's Awakening! Yeah, yep, that took me a hot minute. I'm like, wait, I've played it before. My sibling loaned it out to me. What was this game that I'm thinking about? Oh, it's this one. Okay. The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening. Yeah, the Island of the Windfish. No, I'm sorry. The Windfish deity thing. The island made of nightmares and dreams. Koholint Island. Yep. Did he really wear pants that color? Or tights that color, I suppose it would be? Weird. But you know what else is weird? Ah, hello, Mr. Bubble Frog. I don't think so. It's nice that we can finally put this mystery of the you know, what these ruins are to bed. So my guess is, now that we've actually gotten the initiation for the Misko's Treasure of Awakening, we can kind of like follow the clues. There are going to be some other prompts. Don't tell me, but that's just my guess based on the way that this game likes to do things so far. It's really not that much different from Breath of the Wild after all. A lot of the quests operated that way. Now, where does this pop out to? I'm curious. Okay, underneath here? And are there any other holes? I don't see any other holes. I think that was like the only one, and that was for a bubble gem. Oh, okay. All right, we can finally take that off our list. Let's go get this other chest, that I found in, you know, the Daphne, cave system. I honestly couldn't believe I had even missed it. Here's the part where I failed to figure out, or failed to remember where the chest is. But, let me also get to a regular shield. I remember it being in like a nestled in, you kind of had to really poke your nose around to find it. But then after that, we'll deal with Misko's treasure of awakening. Let me also put a waypoint so that we can have access to it. It is... Even though we have a pin here, I want to change that to... Or a stamp, I want to change that to a pin. Okay. And this is also what I typically do to get long distances, is I'll go through periods where I ration out the stamina to glide, and then there will be more. I'll ration it out and then fall again. Like, this is what I've been using to increase my distances during the off-time hours. It's been really nice, you know, when we can't have access to flight craft, that is. Even though Tulin activating at weird times or coming into view in such a way that his ability activates is annoying, I do like having him out. It has been useful. Okay, I'm pretty sure it's one of these cave systems. Pretty sure it's one of these. Just gotta find the right one, and then we can, move on. I hope everyone has enjoyed the gameplay today. And dare I say, the commentary as well. I think we've enjoyed ourselves today. You have to go? Yeah, it's 10:30 where you're at, good sir. Thank you so much for hanging out with me, Mr. Jason. Your presence has been a outright boon. My lovely senator, I hope to see you back sooner rather than later. But if not, if I don't see you for a while, you know, rest well and do take care of yourself. And with that, we're going to find the... tomorrow, of course. Yes, very, very much tomorrow, but I always want to leave the possibility open for stuff to happen, right? Tempering one's expectations, right? Plus, real life happens. That's just kind of how that works. It's not that people are unreliable, just... It's all about allowing for real life to... being flexible enough for real life. Something that has taken me entirely too long to learn as an adult. Very fair? Mm-hmm. I know it was around. I remember it being in one of the, like, floor caves. This is where it is. It might be out here. Yeah, look. See this tuft here? Yeah, so here is where it starts. And you just kind of follow the you kind of follow the pathway, and I forget if I think we go up one or a couple of levels before. Yeah, a couple of levels, and then we can like we should be good to go. I just gotta pay attention. Oh, and then after that, I'm excited. I'm excited. It's nice to finally be out of Hebra doing normal things again. It's liberating, and that means, you know, the next stream will be filled with many fun adventures in East Necluda, right? Sort of the idea. Fierce deity boots. According to legend, these boots were once worn by a hero from the world in which the moon threatened to fall. Wearing them provides godlike power. Majora's Mask. My sibling's favorite of the early Zeldas anyway. Okay. That's yet another thing we can take off the list. And since it's like a random chance, right? I guess before we get started on Misko's treasure, right? I think we have time to go quickly deal with this like encampment of constructs that I found one day while grinding. I want to be able to farm the captains there for parts, and there's a treasure chest there too, so it'll be nice to unlock those doors too. It's like right over yonder. Right over there, beneath all the fallen debris. Here's one. Oh, it broke? Yeah, that is not super durable. Also, we probably can't really use the Great Eagle or the Swallow. Oh, not good. Let's go ahead and eat this up, shall we? And I will totally destroy that to get the sword there. Alright. Beam emitter shield. Probably don't want that. And then we had a couple of other things we could go around and grab too. Oh, I'm surprised it didn't unlock. Alright, come on. And we have a homing cart shield. I'm sorry, what? But I guess also this gives us the opportunity to, like, take pictures of things. Alright, what do we have here? Portable pot. Okay. Well, hey, at least we've unlocked the, this particular camp for the purposes of farming. You know, treasure notwithstanding. Alright, what else do we have? We got a couple of things that are, like, permanent marks for us to take care of. Do we have anything up in sky? We've got the little tiny island that's up really high. But actually what I probably want to deal with now is this mine. I keep meaning to go to the canyon mine. That's like our next stop, and then we're going to very quickly go set up the Nisko's Treasure of Awakening quest. There it is. The canyon mine. I had been waiting for this. We've got lots of stuff we can go farm. And unlocking this area for farming purposes is going to be beneficial for us in, like, the long term. Hey there, Sub-Zero. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind today, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in just in time. We are doing some post-Hebra cleanup now that we've actually fully explored everything. And if you don't mind my asking, what is your level of experience with Tears of the Kingdom? Are you a veteran of the game? Are you relatively new to it? Or somewhere in between? It's usually a fun question that I like to ask to get the ball sort of rolling on discussion. Helps us tailor things. Do I take on more of the, oh, I talk about it from a place of experience role, or do I take on more of the, we get to talk and ask questions? Did I only halfway through Breath of the Wild? Did I say Breath of the Wild by accident? I might have. That's very on brand for me. You know, my ADD brain being what it is. But, you know, being halfway through Breath of the Wild is also cool. But I moreover meant Tears of the Kingdom. If I said Breath of the Wild, I'm truly sorry. No, I didn't. Cool. I have this new thing where I've been, since I've said something by accident a couple of times, I have definitely now, started engaging in a little bit of mental gaslighting. Just a nice, fun side effect of getting older. I didn't say it. Good. But you never did get to Tears of the Kingdom? That's cool. That's totally fair. Do you intend on doing it at any point? Or, do you think you'll be content with, I guess I'm asking a question you can't really know to answer yet, right? But I presume you're enjoying your experience of Breath of the Wild? If you can afford it, valid. So valid. Not even funny. My sibling loaned out this game to me, so I know exactly what that sentiment is. Yeah. Games do be crazy prices right now. No matter whether they're the Switch or the Switch 2 versions. $60 is wild. You are enjoying Breath of the Wild? Awesome. Breath of the Wild is peak. Can't stop playing. Honestly, same. I mean, Breath of the Wild is peak. Tears of the Kingdom is a fun game too. I really truly think it is, but there's just something about Breath of the Wild being a prolific formula breaker that, like a franchise formula breaker, that it's hard not to call it a cult classic, right? I think Breath of the Wild, assuming our modern world survives, of course, that Breath of the Wild will go down as being the modern cult classic. It is the must play title on the Switch. And if you're looking to get your start in the Legend of Zelda franchise anywhere, it is like the place to start. You're gonna feel spoiled when you go on to play games like A Link Between Worlds, or Link's Awakening, or Ocarina of Time, or Skyward Sword. You're gonna feel spoiled. That's awesome. That is awesome. I did complete Breath of the Wild on this channel. I've completed it with 99.42% completion. And as someone who has fully completed, or basically fully completed the game, Breath of the Wild has a lot to offer. It truly does, but it's not perfect either. It isn't. Let's see. Make sure I'm not falling behind on chat. Breath of the Wild was the first open world game you've ever heard of, and your first Zelda game. Fair. Open world games can be fun. I think they can be fun. They are expansive, and if they're not done right, you know, it becomes kind of a slogfest. Ubisoft. Assassin's Creed. Sorry, I had to bring in a little bit of levity and sarcasm there, but like there are issues with open world games, definitely, but I think when they're done right, I think they have the potential to be some of the most amazing adventures you'll ever go on, or you have the opportunity to play. I really do think that. Thinking about what I'm saying next. So since you're halfway through Breath of the Wild, roughly Sub-Zero, perhaps you can tell me this. What do you think about the Koroks? Like them? Don't like them? Meh? Because that's like the most contentious point in Breath of the Wild by far. Are the Koroks. There are a handful of people that like the puzzles. There are a litany of people that hate them. And then you have a few people, such as myself, that are... I personally like the idea behind the Koroks. I like the idea. I don't know if I like the execution. And that's... I'm being as generic as I possibly can be in elaborating on my own point of view, because I don't want to spoil the experience for you. I'm just curious if you've come across any of the little fairies, and if not, you know, Yeah, just there's a lot to unpack with them. You thought they were pretty cool, fair, until you learned the gift they gave you was their waste. Ah, yes. You too have figured out that the devs, the Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild devs, at least 3 of them, have found a way to put in a scatological joke. A poop joke. Yeah, I found an interview. I could probably find it again. I'm sure some I'm sure some game news journals have covered it too, where the 3 of like the Breath of the Wild devs sat down and talked about their experiences with the Koroks, or like the process behind making them, and one of them straight up said it was a poop joke. They thought it would be really funny to include a large volume, because I don't know if you know the total number of Koroks, a large number of interesting uses of time in Breath of the Wild. Again, being as generic as possible, because I don't want to spoil your experience. So yeah, given that you said it was cool until ... I think I can go ahead and say this. I think by far the most attractive element in the open world experience has been, or specifically in the Breath of the Wild Tears of the Kingdom experience, has been the the large volume of Koroks you have to find. There are way too many of them in total. And have you bumped into the ones where you pick up rocks? You just find a random rock and suddenly there's a Korok there. I guess I've kind of asked a question in a spoilery way, but I'm almost positive if you're halfway through Breath of the Wild, you would have seen this type of Korok by now. Nope, but you know how to complete them? Yeah, so the find a random rock and hope there's a Korok there or like there's a random Korok there is really, really annoying. That has been the bitterest part of the 100% completion experience, is just how many of that kind of Korok were just lying around in Breath of the Wild, and how many I'm continuing to find in Tears of the Kingdom. It's wild that the devs thought that was a great puzzle. The rock is always... Oh no. Oh no. I fear I have said the wrong thing. I'm not talking about the rock rings. I'm talking about literally find a random rock and there's a Korok. The rock rings are fine. In fact, those are like the most palatable part of Breath of the Wild's Koroks is you could find those on the map. You can see them. You can spot them. Those are like the only ones that you can like see or spot. There are a few other map cues you can pick up on. Oh, they can be in random rocks. And what lovely emote do we have here? Yes, they can be in random rocks. It is very, very annoying. When I was streaming Breath of the Wild, I opted to use an object map because of the sheer volume of find a random rock, pick it up, look, there's a Korok. And in some cases, again, I'm being as generic as possible because I don't want to spoil specific ones. In some cases, it makes sense. There's a rock that's like clearly out of place, right? It's like, you know, maybe on the top of a building or something. Okay, cool. Yeah, that rock. Maybe you're like, huh, why is that rock here? In other cases, though, they could literally be sitting on, you know, edges of cliffs or on tops of hills, where it in fact does make sense that there is a rock there. And that's maddening to know that there are just loads of Koroks that are there in plain sight. When I learned of just how many there were, you know, over the course of like my 1.5 playthroughs of Breath of the Wild, I opted to use an object map, or an interactive map to find 900 because I couldn't be arsed to go finding that many. Like, I'm alluding to a total number without saying how many there are. Like that many Koroks that are all just that. Wild experience. So that, in short, that's what I'm, or I guess I shouldn't say in short because I gave you the full story, right? In full, I suppose that I would say is like the biggest detraction of the full completion experience is just the number of random Koroks that you find that don't make any sense. It's a bit better here in Tears of the Kingdom. There are a lot more things on your map that you're like, oh, maybe that could be the location of a Korok, right? But it's still not that much better, and there are still entirely too many do a random thing that maybe looks a little bit out of place, and you get a Korok. And not to mention the things that are obvious that you can spot on your map that are even more tedious. But I think outside of the Korok, Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom will go down as like must-try Legend of Zelda franchise games. I really do mean that. I apologize if my tirade yucked the yum there a bit. I guess upon talking about it, I just kind of got a little bit animated there, but the Koroks are certainly something, is what I'll say there. The Koroks in this game and Breath of the Wild are an experience. They're unforgettable. They're unforgettable for sure, but they are an experience. And if you're not prepared for that experience, you're gonna end up feeling bitter, disappointed, jaded, angry. You go through a litany of emotions, maybe even madness, maybe even a little bit of madness. This is a huge mine. As you discover the totality of the Koroks that are present. That said, I do hope your experience with Breath of the Wild continues to be an enjoyable one. You know, DLC or not. I think base Breath of the Wild is good enough that it is a cult classic all on its own. You don't need the DLC to experience. Interesting. I hope that everyone's alright. I heard a siren in the back. I don't know if anyone else could hear that, but I do hope everyone that is currently experiencing an accident is safe. Let's see. What else? I guess let's just take a quick poke around, and I think the last thing we'll do is definitely... Can we not do this today, Skull Goblins? The last thing we'll do for today is wrap up the portion of, Misko's Treasure of Awakening, that we were wanting to get a start on, and then I got lost in a canyon mine, is what happened. If and when you do get two Tears of the Kingdom Sub-Zero, I hope you have a good time with that, too. It's a meteor game. I don't want to, like... how do I want to say this? There's just, like, there's so much more you have to do, which is both a good and a bad thing, too. It's mixed. On one hand, there's plenty of tasks to keep one busy. On the other hand, it can kind of feel like busy work sometimes. Like, oh, some of the things here in Tears of the Kingdom definitely feel like they just padded out the playtime because they could. Make of that what you will. But the padding isn't frustrating. It's just, you notice. You notice that the padding is there. Okay, let's go make an attempt at this quest, this last little sub-quest. And then we'll call the stream for today. Let's see, oh, my good associate, Mr. Monkey Funk, is still alive. Now, if you guys want to, I guess I want to prepare this on our way out the door and everything. If you guys want to be part of a community that I am looking to cultivate, you know, a handful of people at a time, maybe consider joining the Discord. We vote on games on my Discord. We share pictures. We sometimes talk about the stuff that's said in chat. It's mainly a place where people most often share pictures, if anything. And it's a pretty quiet server. The onboarding is automatic, and we currently have, I want to say we're 1 month into the 8-month voting item I have. So if you're subscribed on YouTube or following on Twitch, and you want to, like, help influence the direction that the channel takes, that's what the Discord is for. Hey there, Mr. Bear Type. Welcome on in. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well today. Hopefully you enjoy your stay. I mean, you're at the tail end of the stream, and technically I am in overtime. However, we're going to at least conclude one little side quest before it's all said and done, Mr. Bear Type. Right? It's just a formal thing. That's all. Nice bear shave. Okay, at least you can be here. I'm glad you could be here too, Bear Type. How has the Super Mario Odyssey been going? Like the Switch, I believe it's the Switch 2 version, right? How have the 880 moons been for you? And nice bear shave. The friendly mutton chops. Thank you. Yeah, I shaved and trimmed up yesterday, so I decided, why don't I wear facial hair as opposed to a beard for a while? Yeah, apparently, if you're not wearing a full beard, it is not a beard anymore. It is facial hair. It's the strangest thing, really. You finished it? Took you about 15 hours, but now you want to play a lot of games. You don't know if you will stream them. Fair. Streaming can be exhausting, for sure. Okay, let me look.
You have guests.
My goodness. Yes, very, very much hype. Welcome on in, Monkey Funk 4D and beautiful people. Welcome on in. My name is Coinstamp. How is everyone doing on this fine Tuesday? Hopefully we're all well in body and mind today. Mr. Monkey Funk, how was your stream? How did that go? If you guys don't know who Mr. Monkey Funk is, he's a good Twitch associate of mine. He plays variety, or he does variety streams just like I do. He's done all sorts of things too. More stuff than I do, like on average. But if you guys want someone to check out who's pretty chill and their streams are fairly relaxed, please do go give him a check out. Here comes the shout out. Let's see. So next, stream went well. Good. That's the important part. You were just clearing up a lot of the side quests. Yes. The spin-off that takes place between Yakuza 7 and 8, right? Yeah. Yeah, I heard you were, I was there during some of the side quests. The pool table was just a wild thing altogether. So next stream you should be good to finish the main story. Good. That's awesome. Mr. Monkey Funk, if you do need to run out and go fix yourself dinner, please feel free to do that. You've said the same to me many times, so I'm going to make sure I offer that in return. Plus, real life comes first. Lamau, golf was giving me the trouble today to add into the chaos of the minigames. Oh no. Did that occur toward the beginning portion of your stream or toward the later portion of your stream? Because that's got to be something I'm gonna go see. Because the pool segment was hilarious. Again, I said this yesterday, and I'll say it again. Those are clippable moments, not the rage necessarily, but just the absolutely obscene requirements that Yakuza puts into its minigames is like out of this world. Let me just shift over to the left here. Okay, I believe I'm sitting more in frame now. Yeah, that's wild. I hope golf was the only thing that gave you trouble in minigame hell, as you put it in the previous stream. You definitely need to go back and check the pool portion for clips, for sure, because that stuff is just hilarious. You guys have come in toward the end of the stream. I won't be live too much longer. I am. We are cracking one last side quest before we were probably going to raid out. And I'm going to have to think of a new person to raid, probably. All things considered. Yeah, I think I know the perfect person to go check out, too. Because he raided me like a week or so ago. But that's something to handle toward the end. This is it right now. Okay. So, let me read over this. In Ludfo's land, I got the land part. we've got the ruined sleep beneath sleeping mushroom trees or towering mushroom trees. Connect the southern column's midday shadow to the northern. Southern column's midday shadow. So that's like this. We need to make an object that extends the shadow out to the northern pillar or to the northern shadow. Might be to the northern shadow. But as soon as we do that, the door will open. Mr. Bear Type, just saying, I saw you were live like some time ago, but you did a boss you never saw. So you said to yourself, I'll come back in a second, and forgot. Boss that you've never seen. So that could be one of two things. That could be refighting Kolgera again. Yeah, okay. So it was the refight of Kolgera. Yeah, we refought him not once, but twice. There are circular platforms that have these. Don't tell you? Don't tell you. Okay. I guess what it is, and I have no idea how to get to it. Sorry, I guess I should have thought a bit harder than that. You guess what it is, and you have no idea how to get to it. Well, here's to hoping that you will go on and forget whatever it is you just saw. Maybe watch an amount of okay, you've removed your headphones. Cool. Awesome. When you open the map, great. Fantastic. We'd love that here. I should have thought a little bit more before I just started talking about it. My bad. But I'm thankful that you did that. Yeah. Good luck finding it. Absolutely. I hope that whatever you saw, not when I opened the map, but when you were looking at the stream earlier, I hope that the automatic thumbnail that's generated, you probably know what I'm talking about. I hope that didn't give you much of a clue on that either, because we all know how Twitch thumbnails are. We all know how Twitch thumbnails spoil things too. It's not even just silly streamers like myself. Alright, so I need to figure out... I guess we need to start by making the time noon. Yeah, let's do it like this. And is it exactly afternoon, or... Sit by the fire until noon? Oh, like 2 days ago you did your Duolingo at 11:58 p.m. and it ended at 12:01 a.m. and then it said day 1, so you panicked and restarted your phone and it came back to the days. Ah, I see. Yeah, so it is exactly 12. All right. It's given us a couple of things. It's given us a couple of items, but I am pretty sure what it wants us to do is go chop some trees and bring them back here. Let's do that. So for the readers that came in, hi, my name is Coinstamp. I am a active enthusiast of RPGs of all stripes and action adventure titles everywhere. That doesn't mean I like them all necessarily, but that is part and parcel what I do. And if I can at all help it, you know, any time that you can mod the game, to be played and show that to the audience. I like doing that as well. Modded games are, by and large, my specialty. Okay, let's do it like this. I feel like this is pretty close. We just need another log, and we probably have it. Okay. I think I've got the general idea correct. I stream pretty much every day from Monday to Friday, 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. My schedule is, of course, available on in my Discord server as a Google Calendar link, but it is also at least the daily schedule is fairly accurate on Twitch. It's just, it might not be the most accurate when I maybe say, see if I can't. Oh, it's 2? Yeah, that's not gonna work. I'm thinking of like 3 things at once. Hang on. ADD brain making life more difficult than it has to be. Okay. Now I'm fogging up. All right. Take a deep breath, coin. All right. Let's try that again, shall we? ADD, yeah, attention deficit disorder. I'm not hyperactive, but I do probably have undiagnosed ADD. I have too many of the telltale signs. I sometimes blend words together. I'll cross diagonally read sentences. My mouth sticks together. I'm like 80% confident I probably have ADD. One of the things that's really common among neurodivergent folk is something called comorbid disorders. Like the more mental disorders you have, the more likely you are to develop another related mental disorder. As a whole, it's kind of like, it's a continuous lottery, one you don't want to win, really, truly. But getting back to what I was saying, outside of that, we talk about a variety of topics here in the channel, anything ranging from current events, for the most part, to philosophy or the sciences, or more interesting current events, or, you know, philosophy, or things related to the game at hand, or random stuff too. We've talked about a bunch of stuff here on the channel as of late. And that's good. Beer Type asks, oh, Coin, just asking, why did I start streaming a lot more? Scheduling. It kind of fixes my sleep schedule to basically never miss a stream. And also, I was definitely having periods where I would wake up and it would be Tuesday, right? I used to not stream on Tuesdays or Thursdays. And I would sometimes, the gap between stream periods made it a little more difficult for me to stream, if that makes any sense. Like, I'd wake up and I would combat the very real feeling of not wanting to stream.
The albinoric woman.
Thank you for the redemption there. Yes, I did, in fact, yes, it is Raspy's idea. Very generous man, that one. He gave me the latitude to use it, just, you know, give him credit. He wasn't even that direct about it, but I chose to give him credit anyway. Or I chose to give him credit. Anyway, excuse me. No, I don't want to rest until morning. I did not mean to do that. But yeah, that one was actually pretty easy to make work in Firebot. It's doing a sequential sound that's much harder in Firebot. I'm still working on that. Once I get it taken care of, once I get the playing a sequential sound in Firebot taken care of, I can do more fun things with the soundboard redemptions. I can make them a little bit more random or themed or whatever. Yeah. Stuff like that. Yay. Yep. The Thundra Plateau Cave. Might as well read this one. To the one who found my treasure, you've done well to solve my riddle and make it to this place. Your cleverness and cunning have earned you both the treasure and my respect. Yeah, armor, I think. Mask of Awakening. Oh, you know what? It's right there in the name. Awakening. The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening. Yeah, it's very cool. Legend says this mask resembles a hero who explored a mysterious island that one could visit but not leave. The island makes one want, or the item makes one want to wear it, but also not wear it. Right, yep. The message from the bandit Misko said, yeah, we read all that. You solved the riddle and got Misko's treasure. That's so cool. It is. Let's fit that on as like one last little hurrah before we end the stream, eh? We don't have like the Tunic of Awakening, right? That's not a thing we have. Oh my god. That is a comically big that is a comically big head. Mr. Jason was right. It's so weird to look at in this art style, but it is hilarious. I heard this is really hard to fully upgrade because it requires rare items. Yeah, probably starlight or star fragments. So not fitting, but it's so fitting too. Exactly. You want to wear it, but you don't want to wear it line, right? Yeah, star things from the sky. Yeah, they fall with more frequency in Tears of the Kingdom, I've noticed. But it's one of those, if you don't bother to like grab them on your way to do this and that, you're gonna fall behind, or you're gonna have to do star fragment farming. That's gonna be like a big deal, a really big deal. Did you ever have this thing when you were gliding down and you got one while in the air? You have gotten one. It's a super cool moment. No, I can't say that's ever happened to me. However, that is really interesting, and I'm not gonna like fish for that because you can't really fish for that sort of thing anyway. But I do hope that we get to. I do hope that we get to do that in this Let's Play. That would be amazing. Okay, we're going to go ahead and raid out. And I know just the chat to go check out too. You guys are free to join me for the raid if you want to. But you do not have to. How have I gotten so many batteries? I mostly got the batteries from grinding. Just farmed a lot. Not only did we farm a lot, there are quests that have resources as rewards. There are There are places where you can farm a lot of ore, and sometimes enemies will drop that sort of thing. Not the batteries, but the stuff you need to make them. Let's see, what was that last bit? OBS and the chat display is a little bit funky today. How do you raid, by the way? On Twitch, whenever you're streaming to Twitch, what you'll do is you'll type in /raid space and then the channel name into the chat prompt with Twitch chat, and it's really important you get the name right. Like, the exact spelling has to be correct, because if you don't get the name of the channel right, you're going to raid a random different channel accidentally. And it's very embarrassing when that happens, is what I've been told. I have not raided a random person before mistakenly, but I would feel embarrassed if I did manage to do that. Okay. So, I just got to set up a couple of things before we raid out. Oh, and the other thing is you have to be streaming. Yeah, and it doesn't work with the other. It specifically has to be a /, not a /. No, I'm sorry. That is a /. That's what I'm thinking. Hold on. Hey, I'm really sorry about the change of plan, but I just got a communique on my phone, and I need to go handle that. So I'm actually going to cut and run. I am so sorry about this, but it's like a really important thing I need to go take care of. So I'm going to try to conclude things quick. You guys have been awesome. I thank everyone who's come along. I thank MonkeyFunk4D for the wonderful raid. I thank Mr. Jason for being here. I thank Sub-Zero, Bear Type, Flare Tune, and Mr. Fabian for all being here. Thank you very much, Mr. Bear Type, for your latitude. Yep, see you as well. My lovely senators and inductees, this has been another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. We will be back again tomorrow, doing more of the same, and we'll finally be able to move on to some quests on the way to Kakariko Village. That is our next stop, is Necluda. So look forward to that. My name is Coinstamp. You guys already know the spiel about what we've been doing today. So you're welcome in my hallowed halls anytime, my lovely senators and inductees. Do stay safe. Do take care of yourselves. I'll see you guys next time. And with that, goodbye.